Welcome everybody to our live stream here on lichess and Twitch. How are we today? We've got the stream title with lichess.org. I got the stream working properly. We're going to host a Simul. I'm just an American migrant in Hungary. What's up, Mr. Coffee? I said I wouldn't talk about politics in my simuls or in my streams, but it doesn't mean that I can't make the stream title political. Kind of a trick. Alright. Yeah. We're going to get started here. Simul time for 25 players. What's up, Mr. Coffee, Asterbait? My friends. Welcome. Friends, enemies, countrymen. Someone on sound, otherwise known as sus. Alright, we've got 25 player Simul. I can release it into the wild when we're ready. I thought we'd let a few people gather around here. So I'm just drinking my coffee. Mr. Coffee, when you play Omaha poker, yeah, it's important not to call too many raises pre-flop, I think. Yeah, played better last night than the last time. Thanks for asking, Mr. Someone on sound. Yeah. But I'm alright. I had the afternoon to recover. You ready for an improved Bishop E2 Sicilian today? I hope not. I hope that you're black, actually. I prefer playing you when you play black. Yeah, hopefully you'll get black. It's been a couple whites, I feel like, lately. No? Someone on sound. Move 11, of course, is probably not here. I don't see him online. Yesterday he said he would see me for the Simul. And he's not on lichess. We'll have to hold the Simul for move 11. Alright, I'm going to open the Simul up. No to Autocracy Simul. By me, International Master William Pascal. Stand up for freedom and democracy, peace for Ukraine, and a free FREE Hungary. It's election day here in Budapest and all of Hungary. 25 player Simul for subs, friends, and noobs. Check out my live stream on Twitch. Please donate, support my streams and my political efforts. Just kidding. Streamlabs or PayPal. Simul rules. Support democracy. No cheating. Don't play if you can't stay 3 hours. Mr. Coffee just subscribed to Tier 2. That's 53 months of Tier 2. No bullet speed, Mr. Coffee. This is... It's infecting chess. People just not understanding how to take their time and really try to think more deeply about the game. We have a lot of time. It's a long Simul lasting up to 3 hours. I have 90 minutes. No, I have 2 hours extra. You should get at least 2 hours thinking time. It's a lot of time. I mean, you really can get deeply into thinking about the games, and I think that my biggest problem with chess today is that the internet and increasingly fast time controls have cheapened chess and made it like lower quality. So I'm fighting for a better quality chess. No Maurice Ashley here. Acerbate. Sorry. Don't agree with him. Alright, host a new Simul. Alright. The No to Autocracy Simul is open. Estimated start time. It didn't work. Are you serious? It's not open. I didn't just open it? Are you serious? It didn't work? Why? Oh no, we have to try again. It doesn't work, Asterbait. Is it live? Something went wrong. It's open. I missed it. I must have clicked the button again. What the hell's going on? Where is it? How come I can't see it? Oh, there it is. I went away from the Simul for some reason. Yeah, alright. Asterbate, thank you for joining, guys. Don't forget to support the stream. Aqueous Mole, thanks for being a subscriber. Someone on sound, Sus. We call him Sus. I don't know why. Leo 5880. These are players who have played before, except for Edvard. Alright. That's not happening. Someone on sound, you better get in there and monitor the chat room. It looks like we've got, oh my god, sir. Tell these people to keep their spam down. Alright. Mr. Coffee donated, not donated, he subscribed to tier 2. Thank you very much, sir. Sir? What is it with the sir? Certain people always call me sir. You don't see that in everyday life. You got it. Alright. Gipa. Gipa. Accept, please. The magic word. Save a Dog is a subscriber, though he's becoming kind of a troll in his elder days. I'm feeling this troll like attitude. You got UA Lizard, the little Gala. Ruslan doesn't listen to me. I'd like to accept him because he's from Ukraine, but Ruslan just plays Bullet every time. Spongy Bobby. Spongy Bobby, what's your account? Arctic Explorer. Guys, don't forget to support the stream and donate. Let's get the hype train started. Arsenal fan, thanks for being a subscriber. Are you in there? Alright. Arsenal fan. What the Rook doing? Is that you? What the Rook doing? Is that the player? Spongy Bobby? Yeah. I remember that on my own. Oh shit, I actually added someone. Oh, Slendrina. Whatever. Slendrina, draw? No, I actually had a winning position against Slendrina the last time. Guys, you have to be a subscriber to be one of the first ones to be picked for the Simul. You don't have to be a subscriber to play, but you're guaranteed to play if you're a subscriber. Alright, I've got 8 players so far. What the Rook doing? You love the 4 pawns. Nice. Who didn't blunder this morning? Yeah, but if your opponent plays Aliyek in defense, you might not even need them to blunder to win. It's so like hard for black to equalize if you play well. Maybe you can actually beat them without making any blunders. You got such a good position to begin with. Jeez. How's my day been? Yeah. Catching up on sleep. Bobby Uwe. Who else are subscribers? Move 11? A no-show? Well, you actually made it in? And you only made 4 inaccuracies? Tomato Farmer. Thanks, guys, for being subscribers. Alright, I'm going to read this description again. So on sound, thanks for taking charge in the chat room. Please only join if you stay 3 hours. That's one of our prime rules. The other rules include, but not limited to, say no to autocracy. No, seriously, the rules are support democracy, no cheating, don't play if you can't stay 3 hours, no bullet speed, try to play real chess. Hey, when I paid, I will donate more to you. Hey, when I get paid. Appreciate that, Spongy Bobby, thank you. When I get paid, I'm going to donate more to me, too. Go get him someone on sound. Alright, we've got 10 players. We're aiming for 25. Nodge Papa. Hungarian Citizen. AP87. Who else are subscribers? AP87, very nice gesture, offering to help me with the stream layout. Though I haven't decided what to do with it. I want to improve it. Ruslan Bear, we'll let him play. Ruslan, take your time, please. Try to take your time. Not to play just for time, but play a good game. Krzysztof from Poland, does he have 100 games? No. I don't like to take players with less than 100 games because they're not like trustworthy. They'll leave the stream and stuff and just abort the games or, you know, abandon. Abandonate. I can't trust people to not to abandon the games. You don't have 3 hours. Alright, Spongy Bobby's out. Yeah, 3 hours is how long these games can last. Bob will be happy. Did you say that 3 times in front of the mirror, Mr. Coffee? Like the Candy Man? Is he really... Is he Master of Mayhem? What was it? The Mora Master? What was the account I suspect is Bob? I don't know, man. I'm not sure. But it's strange that he hasn't been around in a while. No, it's just strange he hasn't been around in a while. I suspect he's that mocked master. But, you know, I'm not sure. I mean, it doesn't pipe up as much as Bob does. You know what I mean? If he is mock master, he's making an effort to kind of disguise himself slightly. Shaki. Guys, please support the stream and start a hype train. Maybe we can get a hype train going again. Just 100 bits or a gift sub is all it takes. A couple 100 bits and some gift subs. Who else could it be on 41 months of subscription? Yeah, I mean, so I did raise that point. That's true. That's a long time. Seriously. Yeah, that's a long time. Bob's not his real name. I think I knew his real name, but I forgot. I think I don't know. No, his real name is not Bob. It's something else. We just call him Bob because that's his screen name. Alright. Super Sebi. Please accept me. I'm Alex 2990. 2995. Wow, he's 2119. Alright. I like when people say please. That's nice. Sir, sire. Are you voting today? I'm not a Hungarian citizen. I'm just a resident, so I'm not allowed to vote. I should maybe think about applying for citizenship. I've been here forever. Alright. But I'm still going to support democracy in my own way. Sire, please only join if you stay up for 3 hours. Even if I can't vote, I'll encourage people to support democracy. Protect democracy, it's fragile. Can you vote if you're a permanent resident? I don't think so. You have to be like a citizen. And I think that's pretty much true with like any country. It's alright, Arsenal. We don't expect you to support democracy. We're not going to force you to support democracy. Don't worry. Hey, I gotta go out. Right. That's fine, SpongeBob. You're out of the list. Alright. Not going to bend your arm. Yeah, well, we definitely don't have it here, so we're trying to find it again. Alright. Well, how many players do we have? 14 and counting. Alright, you're not allowed to play unless you donate at least 1,000 bits. You have no internet a bit, Bat, now. I have. Alright, CK Law is not a subscriber. I don't know. There's a lot of people that are not subscribers. Ooh. No games for Dobro. He's playing another game too. Horde Warrior. Mayode? What is that? What is Mayode? Got a lot of Ginger L's. Sounds familiar. We played them once. We'll try Chris Shu. Cheesemate is here. There he is. Just saw you in the list. Cheesemate 420. Yeah, Ginger L's played us before. 17 players. It's election day here in Hungary. I'm just a spectator and election observer. Alright. Any other new players? Alex 2990. I thought I accepted them. Tony 2705. A lot of high rated players. We got a 2990, a 2705 so far. Visual memory. Super Sebi. I didn't accept yet. Guys, subscribe. Support the stream. Players picked in the following order. Announcement from Mr. Coffee. Those who donate the most gift subs. Where's Mr. Slowhand? He's not here today? Mr. Slowhand must be out of the office today. He's usually our biggest gift sub donator. And he's not here. He donated a lot of gift subs on Friday. Tony 2705, you left the building. Alright, we've got 19 players and counting. Very late pawn. Very few games should be your account name. Wait, Leo we played before. Alright. They're trustworthy. Let's try this player from Colombia. I just took CK Law. Alright, whatever. 22. It's never too late to donate to support the stream. What was that? What is today's subject? Interesting concept. Subject. He gifted like 21 more than I? No. 24 to 17. He's leading you. This is your chance to go ahead, Astrobate, while he's not here. You only need to donate what? Celebrate the freedoms of Maine. Nice. Cheesemate, if I ever move back to the United States, maybe I'll move to Maine. Uh-oh, Asterbait did it. The DigiWorld, G Morest, EFFWM, Joe the Stoic, and Anper87. Nice job. 5 gift subs from Masturbate, closing in on Mr. Slow's heels. That brings him up to 22. Hey, Sladgie, very late pawn has 47 classical games. Alright. Good eye. Yeah, I'm kind of quickly checking the total number. But that's a good point, Mr. Somewhat. Mr. Sus. I accepted him to the Simul. Thank you for the donations from Mr. Coffee, from Asterbait, and from 420. 420, man. Agnes Karajewski, guys, we're close to a hype train. The Silent Killer Gaming. Asterbait just gifted tier 1 sub to Silent Killer Gaming. We gotta be close to the hype train. You're in Hungary, right? Is Orban going to win? Orban is favored according to all the experts. But hopefully they're wrong. But it's nice to see that at least democracy has a shot this time. Maybe. Maybe at least they'll get close. I don't know. Cheesemate just donated 420. I'm coming for you, Mr. Coffee. 69333. What is that? You did 3 donations in one? That's crazy. He just donated 822 bits in one cheer. Guys, we must need one more donation of some sort to hit the hype train. What's going on with this hype train trigger? We need 2 more players. Wait, Dan? Where's Dan? Dan, where'd you go? We had a Romanian player. Our neighbor. No holidays. Notch Papa's there, and I didn't accept him yet. Notch Papa, did you fall out? Edward Elric is here. Wow. I hope the people are wrong. Right, of course, man. You're in Kiev? Holy shit. Yeah, I recommend you, I follow Pavel Elyanov's Facebook posts from Kiev. You know, man, that's incredibly brave of you to go back, Edward Elric. I hope you're safe, man. It's horrible what's happening, and my thoughts are with you. But yeah. Yeah, we're having elections today in Hungary, and I mean, basically, it's a choice between, democracy and authoritarianism. Authoritarianism supports, Putin, of course. So that's your choice. You can't leave martial law. But I mean, I thought you were in Canada in the first place, Edward Elric. You had to go back. I understand once you went in, you can't go back. I didn't really realize you went in there. So you're in Kiev. I have a friend, Anna Ushnina is in, Kharkiv. I mean, it's even crazier. So I wish you to stay safe, Edward Elric. Asteroid just gifted tier 1 sub to Geek to B. I don't know what's going on, so we didn't get the hype train. Yeah. We haven't seen Edward Elric in a long time. But they're pulling out of Kiev. Hopefully you're safe for the time being. Let's get started. We need one more player. Asteroid is now sub leader. Thanks for gifting those subs to Edward Elric and Gita B. Good peeps. Good job, Asterbait. Good evening, Mad Ramus. Do you want to play? I've got time. I got room. Room and time. We've got time for one more player. We've got time for one more player. GC Noob's there. Time. Time is money. Edward Elric, you're the man. Yeah, if anybody wants to support Ukraine, I would strongly recommend checking out like Grandmaster Elyanov's Facebook, and he's organizing even privately support for Ukraine, and you can even send donations and stuff to him. Pavel Elyanov on Facebook. All right, so of course, if you don't know, he's one of the strongest players in Ukraine. Chess Grandmaster. Guys, let's get started. 25 players. We're going to go to Zen mode. All right. Zen mode. Actually, I think Mr. Slow is one of the people who like regularly follows our stream and likes the Zen mode. You guys know Facebook? Yeah, okay, Facebook sucks, but it's my only social media that I have. I don't do Twitter. I don't really like Facebook either, but you know, it is useful for staying in touch with people, and it's widely used. I'm not an advocate for Facebook or anything. Agnes Karajewski, thank you. 100 bits. I don't know, we're not hitting the hype train for some reason. It's really weird. Agnes, always supporting the stream. Thank you guys so much. Asterbate leading the gift subs. But you have my absolute admiration. Edward Elric went back to Ukraine from Canada. Well, she'd been there all the time. I don't know. I remember when you said you were going back to a tournament in Ukraine last year. I'm not going to play this Fianchetto stuff. Alright, no more King's Indian attack. It's just lame. Yeah, election day here in Hungary, so that's my reference to supporting democracy. They've forgotten what democracy is here. We had a very short period of democracy after the fall of the Soviet Union here in Hungary, and we're back in the grip of authoritarianism. Fight the power, as Flavor Flav might say. Let's go. Okay, Karo Khan. The platform has realized that Sladgie breaks the bank on hype train emotes. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. They're not letting me have a hype train. Keep trying. We had enough people and enough donations, but I think they weren't concurrent enough. The problem was they were too spread out. Oh man, he got it again. He's white again. Someone on sound immediately gets white. And now I picked him off. The only good thing is that I can identify who he is. Identify who he is and take radical steps to stop him. Boom. Taking radical steps to stop him. Cheese mate, it's all good. We're making our own hype train. 234 choo choo. Hurry up! Cheesemate started a new hype train. Somebody's playing Funny Grand Prix. Yeah, this isn't that stupid. Larson played it. Funny that he called that a Funny Grand Prix. Never played D4. It's kind of odd. I mean, that you called it a Grand Prix. He didn't play F4 yet, and you called it a Grand Prix. What is he, psychic or something? Or did I say that? I better not play the Alyekin. Mr. Coffee with 100 bits, trying to get the hype train started again. Don't play the Alyekin because it might be Arsenal fan. You saw that your opening follows one of my games versus Zen mode? What do you mean versus Zen mode? You mean Zen chess. Zen mode. Versus Zen mode. I make the same mistake all the time, Masturbate. Thank you guys for trying to support the stream with these donations. 2 quick donations, bang, and we're going to hit the hype train. Masturbate is now the gift leader with very appropriate donations to Gita B and Edward Elric. These people support democracy. I can guarantee you. You couldn't donate to better people. A gift sub. Nice job, Asturbate. Alright, I'm going to try a Benoni or something to that effect. Naka lost his game, rapid game, you know where. What? You mean in Berlin? You mean Naka lost against So? Donate to Sladgie for great justice. In the name of justice. Well, I'm not accepting donations in the name of justice. These are separate things. Supporting my stream and supporting justice and rallying against authoritarianism is, they're not connected. Gift sub to Trollolani. Yeah, I remember him. Trolloloni. It sounds like Pastoroni. Donate for chess justice. I think he means Rapid Chess Championship on evil chess site. Oh god. What about tie breaks between Nakamura and So? They haven't reached that stage yet. Maybe what happened? Yeah, evil chess site. Online chess doesn't count as real chess, okay? This is the first thing that we've got to make clear. Online chess is okay for practice, but that doesn't count. You know, doesn't count. That's not real chess. People use computers in online chess, unfortunately. This is only for practice. Uh-oh, G3. That's something Edward Rick would play against me. Always good players who play G3. Schieber Spieler, Igor Feugl, Dmitry Gurevich. See a lot of that. The other server. Sure, it was him. It was like, you know, his computer probably. You can't have legit tournaments online. Forget about it. It's hopeless. Make real chess great again. How about that? They use it in the bathroom in OTB too. Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this. Right, it is possible, but it's a lot more difficult to pull it off. Yeah. Yeah, chess bomb. Although I used to hate like watching the commentary in the chat room in Chess Bomb. It's like any chess room commentary is awful. Here we go. Alright, we're gonna do it again. Do it again, bro. I mean, I have a whole theory of this online chess world, and we've got to move it back to more over the board chess. Petrosian always plays fair, and if someone will continue officially, oh, that guy. Man, I'm thinking of the world champion. Well, I don't know, man. I think like you or I can't say that for sure, one way or the other. Shocky. I'd have a difficult time like being able to say one way or the other whether he plays fair. I mean, unless you're in his room observing him or something, it would be... See, that's the problem. Therein lies the rub, man. You can't take online chess seriously because no one will ever know if he plays fair or not. You can't have there be like this question about it. The whole point is you can't have online chess. It's not, you know, it's not possible. There'll always be a doubt whether people are cheating or not. It's hopeless. It's not even the point. I mean, whether he's cheating or not, we can never know one way or the other. You're doing pee-pee in your Pampers. That's a famous quote from that guy. But I don't trust anybody. And certainly not because they're grandmasters. Anyway, I'm not going to go on a rant about... Let's rant about elections. I'm not going to rant about chess cheating again. But I have a theory about the chess, and the chess is getting worse because of online chess and faster time controls. It's just cheapening chess. I think we need to make chess great again. Do more over-the-board chess. Support over-the-board chess, people. Okay, we'll try something interesting. Did I forget to put the London is bad in the stream description? I think I substituted something else today. Uh-oh, Notch Papa. There he is, that's 2. I got one of them on move 2 and one of them on move 4. I'm getting professional at catching these guys. Now move 11's played hooky and he missed the Simul and yesterday's training game. So we're very disappointed with move 11. He'll probably show up later. He overslept. What I liked this weekend was that the ECF English Chess did a 24-hour fundraiser for Ukraine. Wow, really? Spielman and Mickey Adams? Nice. I didn't realize that. They should have... Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm just not in touch with the ECF, the right people. I did not realize that. That's very cool. Well, that's nice of Mickey Adams and Spielman to do that. Again, best wishes. I guess Nudge Papa. Okay. Man, I had to ban your friend, Mr. Coffee. You were monitoring him. There's that feature now where you can monitor people. Every time they type something, it was like monitored by Mr. Coffee. Monitored by Mr. Coffee. Like every time Arsenal fan types something, it says monitored by Mr. Coffee. I'm just kidding, man. Just kidding, Arsenal. Yeah, enough. The guy was an extremely annoying troll to begin with, but then he like logged in with a second account in my challenge like Blitz stream. I don't know if he was cheating, but he definitely was just like abusing his privilege by playing with 2 accounts on the same Blitz stream. I found that very, very bad. Yeah, Orban opened up voting outside of Hungary because it would benefit him, of course. 99% of the votes that come in from outside Hungary are like Orban supporters in neighboring countries, especially Transylvania, where they're still angry that Transylvania is no longer part of Hungary. They're like the most like stalwart supporters. That's the only reason. I don't have any opinion of Julian Assange. I mean, what are you talking about? Ashley, get out of here with that. I'm trying to play a Simul. Why are you asking me about Julian Assange? We're not doing that now. Focus on your game. It's election day in Hungary. We're not talking about Julian Assange, all right? What's up, Mr. Sohand? Don't make me time you out. Yeah, he does seem like a dick. I agree. No, not Dracula. Don't combine. Don't combine, you know, combine stuff. Dracula's Romanian. We're talking about Hungarians in Transylvania. They're not Draculas. But someone mentioned that. I'm just answering. I don't want to talk about politics, but if we're going to talk about stuff. Alright. But, I you know, this is totally irrelevant. I'm not going to start the political stuff. So what am I playing here? D4. What am I thinking? Maybe it's Arsenal playing the white side of the Berlin defense. He's a specialist. Uh-oh, takes on E6. Oh, the Fischer variation. It's the Fischer mineral bath line. Bobby was here in the Szechenyi Ferdo, and he was playing and analyzing with some people, and this is a story I heard like secondhand. Obviously I wasn't there. I was never actually in Fischer's company, to my knowledge, unless he was in disguise or something. Portish told a story about that, how Fischer... Yeah, let's change the subject. Fischer went to San Antonio in a tournament in the 70s, and only Portish recognized him. He put on like a fake disguise and stuff, because he couldn't stay away from the chess tournaments, even though he had like abandoned the World Championship, and it was in hiding. Lajos was like, I saw Bobby, he was there. No one else recognized him but me. It's really funny. Alright. Why am I talking about this? Not liking mac and cheese, very political. We're not allowed to talk about that. Maybe if you have a cheese allergy. I don't know. Someone on Sound is from Texas. You can ask him. Well, he lives in Texas. Same way I live in Hungary. Alright. He went to Texas for the babes. Apparently. Here he is. So Notch Papa can't be playing two games at the same time. Mr. Sohan was here earlier. What did he say? You guys distracted me. Mr. So couldn't play? Guys, am I hallucinating? Cheesemate, did you donate again? Someone in Sound donated $10. Boom. Mr. Sohan just donated gift subs? That was 2 days ago. Alright, I'm scrolling down too far. I thought I saw Mr. Sohan here, but maybe I'm hallucinating. Like... Yeah, I guess he wasn't here. Did you guys see him? I only get to glance at the chat for a minute, and I try to focus on the games. Has anyone noticed if Mr. Slow was here? I guess I saw someone else's account. I think it says lady, you know. A lot of times like I misread the names because I'm just like glancing at them. Oh man. Yeah, I hate playing this. Why do I play this stuff? I hate playing the main line. Who is this playing the white side of the group feld? You are here. Mr. Slow, hype train conductor, you missed the Simul, but I didn't see what you said before. Oh no, it's, yeah, why am I playing stupid moves? This is a famous game, Pillsbury versus Chigorin. They played better chess back in like 1899 than they do on the internet today. Very famous game. Chigorin just crushed him. This is a stupid variation that I played though. I don't know what got into me. Mr. Slowhand, are you here? What's your excuse? You're late. You have elections in Germany too? Move 11 just totally was... Oh, I remember now. This is why I started talking about Bobby Fischer. Yeah, Fischer raved about this move. He was obsessed with playing this exchange in knight e5, which actually seems like a kind of... It seems like not a big deal, to be honest. Uh-oh. I'm getting called by... Oh, man. Hold on a second. You again? Miaz. Mi in order. Yo, that. Okay. Yo. Okay, Vashanov, see ya. Hello. Alright, live call. A caller. We have a caller. The 10th caller. Tenth caller wins a free prize. My expert Hungarian skills on display. Maybe d4? d4, bishop g4? a6 is a funny move. It doesn't look like black has time for that. Someone in sound would probably play bishop e2 here. What is this? Against the Fischer variation, I played knight c6 and bishop d7. I've been talking about how that's the Fischer line against the Caro-Kann, but I don't really know what the best way to play against it is. How good is my accent there in Hungarian? Well, probably... Well, I mean, you know, not bad for an American, but not good for someone who's been here as long as I have been. I make a lot of mistakes. I've never studied, like, properly, you know. Everything I've learned piecemeal. And I'm not very talented for languages in general. Alright, this is probably Arsenal fan. Nope, it's Big Dummy. I tried to guess it. They use Hungarian in some sci-fi movies as like the alien language. But I'm only using like very simple words, so not a big deal. Yeah, so I don't know if this variation, what I did here, is even close to best. What's not clear is like what black's best move is now. Knight d7, knight f6, knight c6. I never put a lot of thought into it. But I call it the Bobby Fischer mineral bath variation, because I don't think it has a name. first of all. Robert James. Fischer was always plagued by the Caro-Kann, you know. It was a consistent problem in his career for some reason. He never found something he was like truly satisfied with against the Caro. I think people from the south of England would be good for an alien dialect. I need a... Yeah. It's just not nice. Alright, Arsenal, sorry. That wasn't right. They don't sound that crazy. I'm just reaching here for something to... Fischer struggled on the black side of the Grunfeld? I never really thought about it, you know. To be honest with you. There's the famous game that he beat, you know, Donald Byrne. Where he sacked his queen. You know, honestly, I think his bigger love was the King's Indian. He played a variety of things though against d4. He was pretty well rounded. Kind of like Tal, you know, Nimzo, Benoni, King's Indian, Grunfeld. That's a wide range of stuff to play. You couldn't really have a broader repertoire against d4. Whereas he always played the Najdorf like religiously against e4. Religious. Someone else I played a long time ago, like months and months and months ago, in this variation, the Ivan Isevich line. I don't know, why does Arsenal fan come to mind? Can't be Arsenal, because I'm just having a conversation with him. Rook b8. Reverse Grunfeld. Here's some sort of Hikaru opening. Nah, it's just it is what it is. Speaking of the Najdorf, f4 is out of fashion. Wow, e5. I think I saw that played by somebody in a game in the opening Explorer. But it doesn't look good. I mean, I've played GF Caro with black, and I know the structure is really sketchy. There may have been a game. Someone actually played this. If only I can remember the refutation. Castles, Queen h5. Castles. Queen h5. Bishop c4 with Queen h5, something like that. Bishop c4 takes. It was something with Bishop c4, no? Yeah, I know you don't play the King's Indian attack. Thanks everybody for your support. Is Mr. Slow here? He was asking. I'm just asking on behalf of Mr. Slow. He was here on Friday, donated a lot of gift subs. Asterbate overtook him today with 26. So hopefully he's feeling competitive. Alright, but he missed the Simul, unfortunately. Bishop e4, not a good move there. What are we playing? Oh, though c6 is the problem. Black played c6, making me think he had played that first. Now we have a dilemma. Where to put our pieces. I'm asking for a friend, exactly. Yeah. Mr. Coffee. Was always doing that with fans only. Asking for a friend. I'm just asking for a friend. How is that site anyway? Hedgehog. Losing my voice here. H6. Oh man, I think I had another game with this guy. No? Didn't we have a Berlin defense once before? As if I know what I'm doing. Classical Sicilian as well. Interesting. Wow. Why am I playing e4 so much today? Well, it's like transposes to a normal bogo after queen e7. Unless there's a serious demand for stats tutors. I always love statistics. It's the only form of math that I'm any good at. H3 is the main line in the Berlin, very subtle. Actually, Mr. Sohand loves it when I play the Berlin. I don't play it much, but I always seem to play it against him. Yeah, I don't confess to being able to understand the subtleties of the Berlin, Mr. Slow. I think that the whole thing is extremely subtle for both sides, and I wouldn't even pretend to understand on a deep level. I'm not a true e4 player with white, and I'm definitely not an e4, e5 player with black. I'm just like a guest speaker. What do we do now? Knight c3, I guess. Can't hurt. Yeah, so this c6 move isn't right. I mean, you want to play the Manhattan variation with black. The whole idea is to play c5. But this player is taking no time at all. I mean, it could be like Ruslan or something. This defeats the purpose of black setup. Now you're just playing like an exchange variation with your bishop out on b4. That's not good. You had to play c5 there. So this is the game we've played before. Yeah, I think I saw this in the Opening Explorer. I want to play Queen f3 here. You need to feel those openings like the Berlin. Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Slow. It's not easily picked up, you know. It takes a lot of intuition and experience. To the uninitiated, h3 just looks like a totally innocent move, but I think it's part of a subtle plan. Alright, knight e2, knight f3. What do we want to do here? Knight f3 is more aggressive. Much more aggressive than the other options. Well, actually, queen f3 is very aggressive too. Now bishop a5. I'm supposed to play b4, right? The Marin. Analogy theory is seeing games from Larson where he butchered the opening and won by luck. Yeah, that's not the way to properly learn it, right? But the Marin, I mean, you should study. Probably Rubinstein was one of the first. I'm trying to think, did Rubinstein play it? But I guess you have to go with more modern players. Sometimes the classics aren't going to cut it with the opening theory. Larson was a very experimental player in the openings. Preferred the offbeat. Now what do I do here? I guess e6 is useful. Kasparov is a great pick for the Marin. What? What is this? Bishop g5. That looks like it might be a good move. Okay. That's probably something I would play. So what's the deal? Breyer was famous. They recently did a book of 100 years of Hungarian chess. Breyer was a legendary player. I can't confess to knowing his games. I guess I have to play bishop e6 here. What's the deal with this? This has me a little bit perplexed, honestly. Maybe I have to play... Man, what do I do? Bishop e6? I guess I can always take with the g-pawn on f6. If I have to. But that's weird. What's going on with this? Bishop e6. Bishop f6, queen f6. I don't like that. Bishop e7, maybe. Yeah, but what am I going to do after take on d5, take on d5? Bishop d5, rook b2, bishop c6 check. You will try hard today? Just lose against the 1653? So I'll try to win against you to feel a bit better. I don't understand how you can lose to a 1653. Must be a good 1653. Or you're really playing crazy. The thing is, Mad Ramus, that you have a very unstable style. If you just try to play solidly, you'll beat the 1653, you know, but I think you probably tried to do crazy stuff or something. The 1653 should be able to beat themselves without doing anything special. You have a tendency to do crazy, insane stuff. Trying is the first step to failure. What the heck is this position? Are you even serious? I guess it's bishop e6. Has to be. Okay, rook b8 is a fairly unknown move, actually, in that position. Speaking of rook b8, I'm all about the rook b8. Nice. Bishop d7. I don't know. Oh, this is like the time I played Shabalov. Our last game. I don't know what got into him. He, you know, Shabalov's always white against me. He's been white like 4 times in a row. And for some reason he decided to play like the Rady. And I just like sucked the life out of the game. That was funny. Man, even that seems like yesterday. And it was like 17 years ago or something. Yeah, the Rady's hopelessly boring. I gotta stop playing it with white. We have take knight b4 here. One of those things. Who could this be, I wonder? Steinitzian. He's a Steinitzian. Well, you can always play a3, I guess. Imagine you. That's surprising, man. Mad Remus. Winning against 2170 and losing against 1653. I think for you that's a very expected result, honestly. You play crazy, incomprehensible chess. That's probably confusing to the 2170, but the 1653 wasn't phased. Yeah, you just confused the hell out of the good players, but the weaker ones aren't phased. Alright, rook e8 here. High variance, yeah. I learned to stop calling raises pre-flop in Omaha poker. Last week I was like, I don't know, man. I must have paid off like $500 in pre-flop raises just to fold 50 times. And then you learn not to do it. Just don't do it, you know? Just don't increase the variance for no reason. Mr. Coffee talking variance. I like it, man. Let's talk some statistics. The only mathematics class that I ever got a good grade in college. But it's useful for everything. I mean, statistics are useful. It's useful in almost literally every field. Economics, chess, poker, psychology. I mean, take your pick, man. Yeah, last week I just like got off the program and started like calling too many raises. Because there's bad players that are capable of losing a lot of money, and you're like, you just want to be in the pots with these people. But if you don't hit anything, I was just hemorrhaging money pre-flop. It was bad. So now knight c3, okay. What is this deal here? d4 is a pawn sacrifice. Snacrifice. d4, bishop takes e6, check, bishop d7. It's just bad. Ponda says it's not good. So I have to play like e4. I mean, I've been here with white before. Usually if you have to play e4, you're in a bad situation. Who is this? This must be an extremely strong player with white. Yeah, but that's like playing chess like Tal or something. Arsenal fan. I'd rather just play like Galfond. We have very tight pre-flop range, in Omaha. You know, I'm not playing high stakes poker. I'm playing against people that should lose their money. So it's like chess. Like, just, you know, if you're playing against average players like Cheesy Noob, the best thing to do is just wait for them to make mistakes. The bottom line is that I'm forcing things, or in chess, poker, whatever. If you're playing average players or slightly around average intermediate players, you don't have to do anything special. They just like give you their money, you know. Gelfand. No, not Gelfand, Gelfand. Maybe they're distantly related. Alright, one is a poker player, the other is a chess player. I'm sure that Gelfand and Galfand are basically the same name. It's all Cyrillic anyway. E4. Do I really want to do this? Do I have a choice? Is the other big question. Do I even have a choice? It's like I'm playing against myself. I mean, I've had this position with white, probably. Rook b8 is not recommended. I played bishop e6 last time. And I have very little experience playing black here. But I saw that Ivanisevic had played this, and when I looked at it with the engine, it was okay for black. Have you ever seen them both in the room together? Well, that's like when Max Slugi, and, you know, there was this theory that Max Slugi was this female player, Angelina Belikovskaya. When Slugi was doing his, like, Wall Street thing, he disappeared from the chess scene, and then everyone thought she looked like him. Yeah, have you seen Max Slugi and Angelina in the same room together lately? Alright, I'm going to play e4. I don't know. I can't spend all my time on this. I don't like playing e4, but I'm going to do it. And bishop e3. This is a new move. Novelty. I'm a little suspicious and concerned when he's coming up with novelties. You know the ready sucks if Shabalov can't even get an advantage against me. It's actually a hedgehog, not a ready. Reti. Passive hedgehog. Are you doing to me? That's not grammatically correct. And I do not understand what you mean. Is it true that Max was indicted for insider trading? I don't know. I don't remember hearing that. But it's true that he has a very shady reputation. He has a kind of shady reputation. I don't know about insider trading. But he's basically... That's all I know. Simon Williams of American Chess. Wasn't he banned from ICC? Banned from ICC? Oh, I don't know. Maybe he was accused of cheating. Oh, that's another story. But imagine that, like a shady Wall Street guy would be cheating in chess. Unbelievable. Would someone who would steal money, like, you know, and I'm just speculating here. It was chess cheating in the case of ICC. You know, but who knows if it's true or not. Was it ICC or was it chess.com? I know I shouldn't say that name, but I did it. Wasn't it chess.com, Mr. Coffee? I'm not sure about ICC. I thought he was on good terms with ICC. I'm thinking chess.com. I'm thinking he was accused of cheating on chess.com. He was acquitted in a $9 million embezzlement charge. Well, that doesn't make you guilty of anything. You like triple isolated pawns? Where? Show me! Do I like triple isolated pawns? Absolutely, Mr. Slow. Why doesn't that guy just give me triple isolated pawns? Can't believe it. Dude, triple isolated pawns, I'm there. WJ Loose, subscribe to tier 1. But if you're gonna like cheat in like financial crimes, chess is no big deal. No, I mean, I don't know of Max ever getting... I don't know him well, you know. He's also older generation than me. He was out of the chess scene when I was most active. I only, you know when people have kind of shady reputations. But a shady reputation isn't proof of anything. You know, although usually people get shady reputations for a reason, I guess. Am I bishop d7 here? Can I do that? Is that a good idea, master? Can I play queen d7? Who is this character? Rook b4, like in the proper Grunfeld? Man, I don't know. This player must be extremely strong. Irish Pawn was that created by Tony Miles? The story where he played an Irish player? That's a Miles creation. He played some Irish player and made a story about it. Nom nom. I have to reread my Miles book. By Jeff Lawton. But I believe that it was a Miles game. Just don't do anything stupid. The dragon, uh-oh. H4 defending his bishop on g5? Is that a defensive move or an attacking move? Queen d3. So knight takes e4, knight takes c6, I just lose a piece. Wow, h4 is pretty creative. Who is this? You see, like here you have a player who's like psychotically aggressive. Using no time, like recklessly aggressive. Now, if it's anyone who I knew, you know, if this was any of the regular players, I think like you guys would be afraid to do that against me. Because if you play incorrectly, I'm going to punish you. This is like a player who's fearless, which means they're either extremely strong or they only play like weaker players and like bash them. This is extremely dangerous for white. Your d4 is not protected twice. I'm on the verge of a discovery. Man, Ramus, but it's not c3 opening. Could it be you? You wouldn't play the mainline open Sicilian, would you? h4? I don't remember him ever playing an open Sicilian with the white pieces. You would certainly fit the description, but still. I don't know. Take bishop e6, maybe? I don't know about this. Yeah. Now white's going to play a proper reti here. What did Shaba do? I don't remember. Shaba played something like knight c3 or... I had a lot of hedgehogs back in the day. Hedgehog was good for me. I almost never lost. I mean, I just don't ever remember losing a hedgehog with black. Even against GMs. It's funny, I don't think I ever lost. There's like a list of good players I've drawn with the Hedgehog. So I never beat any of them. They're all draws. Hedgehog's a great, solid weapon. The Berlin defense, speaking of Tony Miles, you found a fantastic novelty in Rouser. Huh. Can't be a novelty. There's no way that's a novelty, man. That looks like a Nokia some kind of Nokia variation. Whatever it is, it's probably been played. Well, there's a million games with it on lichess anyway. Right. Official games, possibly not. Of course, you've got to keep in mind, not to be like the denialist, but you know how many of my games are in databases? Like, literally, I'm going to estimate like 2,300 tournament games. And how many of my games are in like the database, right? Less than 500. So the point is, it's interesting thinking about statistically too. The majority of tournament games are not in chess databases, except for the top ones. Yeah, there's some good stuff there, sure. Yeah, that looks interesting. The Richie Rich. Well, I would say it was Mr. Slow if he was in the Simul playing the Najdorf, but he's not here. I think the F4 Najdorf deserves some returning to popularity. WJ Lou, thank you for subscribing earlier. Alright, Bishop E3. Knight T5? You want to do A4? So what about you? Have you been playing any chess, sir? Senor. How's your recovery progressing? Triple question mark? What's that? A quadruple question mark? Aqueous will put in a quadruple question mark for what just happened. A queen was on Pries? What? What are you guys talking about? Oh my god. Yeah, but I'm assuming nobody gives me a free queen. Yeah, can you believe that? Their queen was on Pries. Yeah, it's like a visual hallucination. I don't know. I don't expect people to drop a queen. It's not even in my realm of reality, I'm like, I've never had anyone like leave their queen in the Sicilian and C7 and just let me take it before. So, yeah, that's crazy. Happens to the best of them. Once I had a blitz game. I mean, these are like blitz games for me. Once I had a blitz game against Bill Kelleher, a friend of mine from Boston, and we were literally playing like 5-minute chess, and he hung his queen, and I didn't see it, or I hung my queen and he didn't see it. Okay. Just on Pries, just like that. And he didn't see it, and I just started, I've told this story before, but I just like even started laughing, and then when he missed it, I was like, look, my queen is hanging. And he started like laughing, and then, it happens. I'm sorry, you're right. Well, I mean, I'm thinking on another level about like the positional aspect of Knight D5, and if I should take back with the pawn when I play Knight D5, and I forgot that his queen is hanging. I'm trying to play like positionally, and not expecting people to hang their queen. Not surprised that I missed that. You know, like many players would see it instantly. But it shows you, you know, how I'm thinking about the game. I'm not really looking for that kind of move. The easy queen win. Excuses, excuses. But no, I mean, I think that it's not a surprising hallucination or whatever you want to call it. I did not realize his queen was under attack. I also didn't sleep enough last night, but excuses, excuses. So he's trying to play d4, it appears. Is the impression that I'm getting here. White wants to play d4. Whatever. Who is this? A3. This must be an extremely strong player. Ginger L's. Okay, he's not really from Ukraine. I actually won a game against him. Oh, remember that game? Dude, that was a tough game. Well, I knew this was a player I wouldn't be able to guess. But B2's hanging. A3 is such a subtle move. I just had to see who this was. What a patient and subtle move. So if I take on B2, maybe the B file opens up? Jeez. Doesn't do anything, it does something. It stops rook b4, man. It's important. It's a very important move. It's like the only move that enables him to keep the tension here. I'm threatening rook c4, rook b4, forcing him to move his queen and take on c4. No, this is literally, there's no other move that allows him to keep the tension in this position. This is a very deep move. I mean, not to say that it's the best. If I were him, I would probably take on f6 and smash my pawn structure first. But I mean, yeah, it's like a reverse Grunfeld. Rook b2, rook b1, rook b1, rook b1, bishop d6 maybe? It kind of looks dangerous, but I don't know. Maybe I need to think about taking that pawn. Alright, what do I do if bishop e7... His b2 pawn's still hanging. He can't just leave it there forever. So bishop e7, take. Bishop e7, rook d1 maybe? Alright, I'm gonna play this. Yeah, it's like a reversed Grunfeld where a6 is played. Exactly. Rook g8. Yikes. Well, that's not a defensive move. This could be like Cheesy Noob, or does Cheesy Noob ever play the Caro Kann? Looks like something he would play. Something wild and nutty. Yes! I did it. Can you guys believe it? I mean, I don't remember him playing the Caro Kann. And I picked him off. But he gave me a hint. You know, he said, yeah, I'm playing really crazy. Something to that effect. And he does play c3 with white, right? So it's a c6. I got him. Yeah, I mean, I think that e5 move is in the, speaking of the lichess opening explorer. There was one game where someone played e5. Yeah. I wonder how he likes trading queens. What's happening here? Wait a second. Black's threatening knight on bd7. Threatening. a5 is wrong. That's a bad move. Yeah, you gotta take the piece here. But I don't know. I mean, maybe bishop takes or queen takes deserves consideration. Could this be Mr. Coffee with white? Cheesemate is out there somewhere. Bishop takes d5. Knight takes d5. Knight takes is the proper move. Wonder who this is. Queen a5. The last time I tried to play Queen a5 before Bishop e6, Zoltan Vargo like destroyed me in a rapid tournament a couple years ago, but this is a different position. Yeah, I mean normally Bishop e6 I would say, but he's not even castled queenside yet. I guess Queen a5 makes sense. Yeah, then back to d2. That's like the computer move. Well, if white's a computer, he'll play Bishop d2. You've been hacked. Yeah, I got a strange messenger from one of my friends whose Facebook account had been compromised the other day. Another great thing about Facebook, right? Queen a4. Queen a4. Queen a4. Queen a4. Yeah, this is weird. The F file. Where's Asterbait? Has anyone seen Asterbait? $24 in play. What? 1 win. Freebie. The freebies. Damn, he hung his queen. That can't be Asterbait. He wouldn't play that. Yeah, I mean, e5 is just a terrible move. This is a beginner. He hung his queen, or she. They hung their queen. So I'm winning a pawn with takes on d6, but I mean, is there any danger of my queen getting to a funky position there? Funky monkeys. The BOGO. The BOGO. Edward Elric. Edward Elric is not in the Simul, but he is in Ukraine. So we wish him all the best of luck. Smokers of the stream unite. This is not Notch Papa. So therefore it has to be Slendrina. Oh, this is Cheesemate. Yeah, I mean, you know you're facing a kind of tournament player here. But Slendrina was a bad guess because they play like Knight c3, not the BOGO. Cheesemate's playing this Catalan BOGO. Space advantage on the queen side looks ominous. I feel like I did something slightly wrong. How did I let you play b4? That's how I let you play b4. So now white has a space advantage. Take. In Germany, tobacco tax is financing military. Well, I guess that would be the case in a lot of places, right? Military is a major expense, and taxes pay for state expenses. I guess that's as good as anything. But I mean, I understand it might be politically sensitive for some people who don't like military things. Unfortunately, I think it's necessary now. Well, I mean, you know, Hitler-like dictators like committing massacre on a neighboring country might have something to do with it. Why do we need to do that, by the way? You know, wouldn't it be better to like focus on climate change and working together to make a better world? Dude, whatever. All right, don't get Arsenal fans started. We're not going to talk about politics, Arsenal, no matter how much you try. Don't even try to get me distracted. Where did that comment come from? Oh. Never play D4. Tobacco tax. Who knows where it's going? Yeah. No, dude, whatever. I mean, it's like... not even conceivable what's happening. Massive humanitarian crimes. Murder. I mean... we don't know what the future holds. But I don't know what that has to do with tobacco taxes. No, I mean, Europe has some reckoning to do as far as military expenditures. So. But I guess it's better than nothing. I don't see the connection between military spending and cigarette taxes, but money's money, so. At the end of the day, you can allot it how you want, but you're gonna have to spend your money on something somewhere. Some of the money somewhere, you can call it what you want. This money, that money, the other money. It's still money. You know, the government's still going to spend it. We can say it's from the whatever, but it's... yeah, I don't want to think about it, man. Again, I saw the... it's horrible. Of course. But, you know, 70 years is a long time. I think it's time to move on from World War II. The Germans. Let's watch some Faulty Towers. Speaking of Faulty Towers, John Cleese came out supporting the vote here in Hungary online. He's a very controversial fellow. Alright. Queenie 2. Is this acerbate somehow? Can't be, right? No. Supporting Orban? No. Actually, no. Supporting democracy? No, he's certainly not. No, it's... as awkward as John Cleese is, he at least doesn't support Orban. Please don't accept my draw. You do think putting more in... yeah, let's talk about that while I'm running out of time. Let's talk about healthcare and education. Not chess. Distract me, will you? I'm not in the current position here. Whoops. You guys are tricking me, talking about this healthcare stuff. controversial, Arsenal. Man, imagine that wanting to put more money in healthcare and education. Well, that's not the case if you vote for Orban. For sure. The last thing he wants is like education. Education in Hungary has definitely not improved. You want an when you're an autocrat, you want an uneducated public. The less educated they are, the better. That's the point, you know. You want to dumb people down so they don't, you know, even know what's happening. Researching the London system. I'll get right on it. Yeah, the current Hungarian government is not exactly supportive of education. They like it when they have a submissive, stupid public. But again, this is not a political stream. These are my own opinions. Opinion pieces. Wow, dude, I mean, you've used no time for the entire game. What's up with that? Not only is he playing the best moves, but he also like plays them all instantly. What was the deal with Ginger L's? Why are you 1500 and you play like you're 2200? Here we go again. I just remember like barely being able to beat him in the first game. Now I'm probably worse. What the heck is going on here? Cheesy noob. Can I castle long? Takes. Dude, I'm taking your bishop. Mr. So saw this. He's so tricky. So we transpose to another line. Yeah, I've got to reveal the name soon. Name reveal stream. Credit card reveal stream. Like, all the scientists are gonna want to leave Russia. Science is basically done. Well, I mean, that's a specific example. You know, you can't blanket talk about Iran and Russia as the same thing. They're vastly different countries. Vastly different country, you know. It's not the same. But stop distracting me with this political stuff. Mr. Major Dilemma really wants to talk about politics, but you keep trying to push me in that direction. I'm not going to let you do it. Behave yourself and stay off the political. It's too distracting. I'm trying to play a Simul here. Major dilemma. Are you playing a game in the Simul? No, right? Major dilemma. Is that a new account? I recognize you from another account, don't I? Stop that. You're the person who admitted to liking arguing about politics or something. All right. Where's Asterbate? 92 is an annoying move here. Maybe I have an aggressive move I can play somewhere. Where is it? Have you seen my aggressive move? Wow. What am I supposed to do in this position? I don't really want to trade pieces. Feels bad, man. I don't know. I gotta stop trying to guess names. Who is this? This is CK Law with a weird opening. Every time I play them, it's like totally different. It's freaking me out, man. I can't get any sort of handle on this player at all. It's very weird. This is totally non-normal. Opening by white. Rook e1. I can't find a move though. Queen c7. What do I do? I gave up guessing. We knew who someone on sound was. I'm down to an hour. I'm not. I didn't guess you, Arsenal. I didn't guess a lot of people. I'm gonna close this up against someone on sound, I guess, with d5. He really did his homework here. Looks like. So I figure I have to go into this, like it or not. Lock it up. Super Sebi. Benoni declined. The Benoni declined. Like the Benoni's a gambit or something. Okay, I'm supposed to play a4. Wait, this isn't a Najdorf. What was this? This was a Najdorf? He put his knight on c6. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, black's not supposed to put their knight on c6. Well, I mean, they usually don't put their knight on c6. Whatever that... For whatever that's worth. I guess it transposes to, like, a classical. b5's not as dangerous now. Because there's no bishop b7 with the knight in the way. Queen a4. Time. Time, please. Colonel Klink. What is it with this? H4 disease. I don't think H4 is appropriate in this position. I don't remember, but Notch Pop and I probably already have played games in pretty much the same position. What do I do, like C6 here? C5, anyone? It's a crazy idea. Knight C5, Bishop C2, and now B4 is a threat. No, it's not. Not yet, but it will be. But soon. Ruslan actually used his time. I asked him to use his time. I think he's a little kid or something. That's my only guess. He's a kid, like, that doesn't speak English. I don't know. The only explanation, he never talks, and he plays too fast. So my guess is that he's a Ukrainian kid who doesn't speak English. But adults play too fast too, so it's not for sure. Yeah, so... Yeah, the b4 is a problem. b4 is a problem. If not now, then when? I don't know what to do. Alright, there's Astrobate playing the Benoni. We didn't get to him. How did your game not come up, man? I don't understand. Astrobate's game never came up for me to guess him. Mr. Slow is always the most fun. The old... Astrobate did the old, like, don't move until the time's out for the guessing the player thing. Don't move till the time's up. That's the Uber driver system. Man, that knight is looking kind of hurt for squares. Damn, if I played... I guess I should play d5. Hurting for certain. So g4, I don't know about that. Is that a good move? Visual. Visual. It's a little disturbing. A little disturbing, I say. So maybe bishop f6? Yeah, see, that's the engine move. Bishop back to d2. Yeah, I don't know why I took this player. They don't have enough games. Only 60 games. I'm using my accelerated dragon instincts there. Cheesemate has a good position, apparently. We got a problem, Houston. It only occurred to me now, but I know that my position is risky here. Wait, this pawn is not protected by anything. Bishop move. Bishop move. Bishop movie. Don't like this. I don't like you anymore. I'm having hallucinations again. Good. Knight a6. I know this is trouble. Trouble. Boring. Aqueous Mole played a perfect game. Using no time at all. Bishop takes f7 check, king f7, knight takes f5. Or do I take on f5? I have to say, I like playing Cheesy Noob in the endgame better than some complicated middle game any day. He's all like all or nothing all the time. It doesn't work that well in the endgame. I'm still playing 24 games. Thanks, Mr. Slow. Good. Yeah, that's why I ended the observation period. Thanks for reminding me not to lose track of time. Much appreciated. Delver flips. Flipper. My hot tub's being fixed. We're looking for new bikini models on a tight budget to accompany me in the streams. So that's on hold for now. This might be a bad move, but I'm not sure. Yes, this is the point. We need affordable bikini models. Mr. Coffee, you're not in the running. Well, this is Shocky. Well, I can't go into details on everybody's game. We already talked about the hot tub variation. I mean the mineral bath variation. This is Bobby Fischer. You want everything just about you. It's always about you. No, this we talked about a little bit, but early on. Early on. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't like my dark square weaknesses. If you want my personal opinion. Yeah. Rook b1. Uh-oh. Okay, so I missed winning a queen in this one. That was pretty embarrassing. To be perfectly honest. Pretty embarrassing stuff. Shameful. Now this there. At least the knight can kind of get back in the game from a7. Not the worst a7 knight ever. Apocalyptic. Perhaps. Yeah, but should I play bishop e3? Suppose so. Now, I don't know. e5 is going to overrun me here. It looks like I have a problem. Never getting tactics on this guy. What am I supposed to play? I don't know. d5? Don't really like it. I thought d5, e5, knight e4. But the problem is if he takes, and then attacks my pawn with knight g5, then what do I do? Maybe I can sack that pawn for dynamic compensation. It's kind of stretching it, man. Take, take, take. There. Bishop f5. There's also e5. e5. Interesting. Would you resign? I give you 10,000 bits. You got a deal. Just tell me which game it is. Alright. I'll resign for 10,000 bits. That's done. Deal. I'm a man of principle. I will throw unrated games for money. What am I freaking supposed to do here? Just be patient, right? The problem is like d5. Paywall. We're still in book here. If there is a book for this position, man, it's a tough line for black. Don't play it against Erdos or anyone over like 2600. It's like getting your ass handed to you. It's great when I played with Erdos, like two time pressure addicts. We're both guaranteed to have like under 5 minutes for the last 20 moves of the time control. That was fun. It was always like a time scramble. But he always beats me in the time scramble. Yeah, white has a nice space advantage here. The expert. Yeah, Victor reminds me of Alexander Ivanov and Walter Brown. It's always these time pressure players. They're really good in time pressure. And most people just impale themselves on their own petard or whatever. It's always the other guy who does something stupid. Most often. Move 11, what's your excuse for missing? You missed your training game yesterday. You're not here for the Simul today. I don't know, Arsenal fan. I don't think so. I think that's someone else. Maybe Igor. Oh yeah, you said you had a lot of work. Alright, we'll excuse you. Yeah, people play better in time pressure. Well, they're motivated. Erdos was like that too, man. But like Walter Brown was an awesome blitz player. Ivanov not so much, you know. You got people like Grishuk and Walter Brown. They're awesome blitz players, but they also get in time pressure in slow games. It makes for an interesting combination. Grishuk, another good example. I'm just going to offer draw here. This is like disgustingly equal. I didn't get anything out of the opening. Oh, Arsenal playing black and Chigorn, I should have known. Oh god, I don't play this line. No queens on the board, less chance Cheesy Noob can do some kind of tricky, cheesy tricks and stuff. something wrong here with this position. Doesn't seem right to me. But maybe it is. G5, anyone? Man, I saw this, like, what did I see yesterday? It was an Arkle game. I was looking at one of Keith's games. He did, yeah, some sort of G5. I mean, the thing is, this pawn wave, right? It wasn't a Berlin defense. It's just a similar structure. The pawn wave is White's big, you know, idea here. Bishop d5. Bishop d5, is that a move? See, I don't know any theory. All I know is that I lost the big dummy already in a Berlin previously on our show. That's all I know. All I know is G5 looks dangerous. Very dangerous. Very bad idea. Some kind of principled idea would probably be good. Might be good to know theory too. Yeah, what's wrong with knight d5? Guess we're gonna find out. I'm a more rational version of Cheesy Noob. 1300. Okay, now, this is the question. Okay, the plan was to play knight g4, but I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe knight g4, bishop g1, knight h6 is worth considering. h3, knight f5, bishop f2, h5. Huh. My doubts about that as well. I could just play knight g4 and h5, and if h3, knight h6. Play the Gurgenidze. Looks kind of sketchy, though. You hate this position. You're not alone. Don't be lonely. Oh, I have knight takes d5. It's a Grunfeld. But I'm not sure it's a good move. I mean, knight takes d4. Knight takes d4, e takes d4. Knight takes d5, h5. And White has some play. So I think I should just play knight takes d5. Whatever. You're not going to do anything with your h-pawn. Acerbate. Running out of things to play against the Benoni, man. Let's play a straight up 4-pawns attack without bishop e5. I think I was trying to show him that. Here against AP87, I actually was thinking about trying to keep the piece. Keep the piece. Risky, dangerous, and other stuff. No. I mean, you could do it, right? Take knight h4. Looks... That's crazy. I mean, against a player like this who loves to attack and play unsound stuff, why give him the pleasure of the h-file? I'm not taking that. Not yet. Maybe a little later. Okay, so this is a bad exchange variation against Lizard. I just call him Lizard. There was this video game, I would play Terraria with my son, and there were these like lizard creatures, and their names looked something like this. It was just like a bunch of characters with like Uzagor, and it looks like that. So he's a lizard. The Ukraine lizard is a Rodrigo. Bishop e7, hard to pronounce that word, but the first two letters UA are notable. Terraria, yeah. Terraria is awesome. Terrarium. We played a lot of Terraria. Haven't played lately. Maybe we'll stream some Terraria sometime. Let's just play a standard move here. I think that's one of Elon's children or something. Maybe that was the spelling of the name of Elon Musk's new child. I don't know. Bad joke. Alright, take... What did I miss? Cheese mate. You're playing too fast. It's popular, but I must have missed something here. You saw knight takes b4 wins for you, right? But did you see I can take on c6? This is the million-dollar question. I can take on c6. I only realized it at the last minute. And then I take on b4. Now what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Yeah, see? Lizard is the monster name in Terraria. So it's very close to that guy's name. I'm not crazy. Maybe he's Terraria fan. Terraria. It's like lichess or lichess. Terraria or Terraria. Terraria. Tomato or tomato. Open point of discussion. I'm sorry for bringing up Elon Musk. Sometimes just can't resist these temptations. What happened to his duel with Vladimir Putin? I mean, that was good for like for a day or so. Man, I saw something like yesterday, like Tesla's selling like record numbers of cars. Scary. Terraria. Thanks, Arsenal. Terraria. Terraria. Man, I wish they would like both stab each other to death. If they had a duel, the only good result for the world would be if they like killed each other simultaneously. Well, the best possible result between a Putin-Musk showdown would be like a draw by mutual death. But I feel like Putin, like, he does all these photos with, like, bare-chested. But, if you look at him, he was like a little Weasley guy. He looked like one of the kids in my elementary school who would have gotten beaten up, honestly. It's kind of funny. He really looks like one of the Weasley little weaklings that would have gotten beat up by the other kids in elementary school. Probably did. They both did. I pay $50 to watch that. Well, he's a judo black belt, but who knows, it's easy to be a black belt when it's just like awarded to you. I never personally... He's not a judo black belt anymore. They probably took it away from him. Let's see, like, Arnie fight Putin. Oh, man. That would be entertaining. Schwarzenegger, Putin. Hand-to-hand combat. Sergeant Major Lima, you don't really understand what I'm saying. When you're an autocrat, you can have like titles for everything. You know, from any sport. I'm not trying to discredit the sport. He could have black belt in every major martial art, you know, easily if he wanted it. Probably. It's like being a FIDE trainer, you know. I'm surprised Putin is not a FIDE trainer and like Grandmaster or something. What's up, Excel Poker? Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't awarded him the chess Grandmaster title. I don't know. Alright. Yeah, I don't know though. Elon Musk is a... He's disgusting in his own way. They should give him the FIDE trainer title. What am I doing here, man? I need something. Need to do something. Knight b5? That's not right. Running out of ideas for this position. I don't like this. I don't like what I did here. Honorary Arbiter. He's probably good friends with Illuminov. Haven't heard much about him lately, huh? Illuminov must have been off on an interplanetary mission or something with aliens, alien life forms, since he quit FIDE. He has more time to be abducted by aliens. Someone else recently claimed they were abducted by aliens. Maybe a Hungarian pundit or something. That was weird. I saw someone else recently. Someone mentioned something. I can't remember what it was. It seems popular with the conspiracy theorists getting abducted by aliens. Good for the Instagram. Good for your Instagram popularity. Ruslan, someone said that he's using his time. H4H5, very sound here. Extremely sound idea. Of course. Absolutely principled. Don't castle. Alright, that's not what I anticipated. So knight takes before the knight is trapped, and if I try to play c5, he'll just take en passant. Alright, so our hero, the cheesemate, has avoided any sort of concrete problems, but at the same time I've eliminated my bad, oh my god. Are you serious? I lose a piece? Oh shit. I lose a piece on knight b8? And I have to play knight takes b4. Alright, we'll do what we have to do. I don't like it. You gotta do what you gotta do. It's the only move. It's the only way to fly. It doesn't work. Come on, man. Knight takes b4, queen a8. You better be kidding me. You calculated all this out. Cheesemate hasn't used any time for the whole game. Dude, you're the worst bullet player ever. Knight b8 loses a piece to queen a8. Wish I had seen that. So I have to think of another idea. Alright, don't panic. Don't panic. I have to get off the back rank. He's killing me with that. Alright, knight f6. Knight f6, rook a6, bishop a6, queen a6, knight takes d5. Bullet master, cheesemate. Knight b4. Yeah, the problem is knight b4, queen a8, bishop a6. You know, my knight is like unplugged. I think I have to play knight f6. I'm lucky if I'm not lost here. Better to be lucky than good, right? You faced a weird line in the Grunfeld. Were you playing Rapport Ricard? By any chance? Now we can add time in the Simul. What? Are you serious? Don't do that. On the phone? But don't do it, okay? But seriously, wow. You can try. It doesn't work. You tried it the other day? You guys are so nice to me. There's that knight on A7. It's a bug. Just a bug. Take. There. Man, I'm gonna get endgame land again. Wait, what's happening here? Yeah, king d7, knight e4, knight e4, bishop e4, draw. King d7, bishop f6, bishop f6, knight takes e4. What the hell's going on? Probably a drawn rook ending. The other player has used no time for the entire game. Ginger ice. Ginger ice. Ginger L's. Man, we got too many games to go. Alright. Flavor ice. Bishop takes d7? No. What did I say? King takes d7. Bishop f6, bishop f6. Where did all my time go? F5. There is like one line in the Dragon Classical that looks like this. F5. The idea of knight f7. You really want to lock it up. F5, h3, knight h6 with the idea of knight f7. That's grotesque. But it's all bad. This is classic. Classic Summon on Sound. Yeah, I played like a loser here. Really wimpy play. Lizard. Gizzard. Alright, well, minority attack. It is what it is. What am I supposed to do? Like castle queenside? No, c4, d5 maybe? c4, queen d6, d5, knight b4. See, that's the problem. Rook b1, anyone? Can I play rook b1? Yeah, but I don't like it. Too strong a blockade for you there. Yeah, you wish I would play that. Nice try. Check. You're down. Play. I miss the old days of over the board blitz. Alright. Wow. That's the weirdest Najdorf ever. How is this even a Najdorf? What a bizarre position. I saw bits of a Ginger GM video the other day, not by choice. Man, he looks like a professional darts player. Does anybody else think that too? It's ridiculous. I think he should get the mohawk or that thing like he should get the mohawk hair like that dart pro. It's ridiculous. Come on. What am I doing? Now what do I do? Knight b6 can't be right. I'll take your stupid dark square bishop, whatever. Doesn't seem right either. Whatever. Nothing looks right. Shit. Shit has been called. Not the first time. Knight takes f2. Trying to tempt me. Doing unsound bleep. Unsound bleep. Knight g5, anyone? So bizarre. Where's my time? C bishop g1 is why you play king h1. I did not know that last week. Whatever. Knight takes f2. Just not gonna work. Almost though. Wow, it almost works. Man, mother of Mamajarov. Can I do this? Seriously, knight takes f2, king f2, queen h2. Then he has like... Wow. I can't resist this. I have to do this. This is one of my favorite self-made quotes. 99% of tactics don't work. And that, I'm sure, is another example of that in practice, but we'll see. 1300 who plays like a master. Alright. Check. Good Nimzo. The lizard. Positional genius. He's pre-moving. I think it's Ruslan's brother or something. I never put that together. It's not clear if Lizard is like 1300 or 2300. Asterbate, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why aren't you playing a normal move here? He played knight a6. We just talked about this like yesterday. Knight a6? You don't have time for that. I told you not to play a6 either. Why is it always something like a6? How do you have time for this? You gotta get your king out of the center. No time for that, man. Look at this, Ruslan. Lizard brother. This is just not very respectful. He's not respectful of his elders. I think we go for it. Rook e7 almost works. Rook e7. Bishop e7, pawn e7, king c7, and then knight g7. Wow, that might actually work. So I'm giving up the exchange. Giving up the exchange to, like, try to promote a rook. I mean, win a rook by promoting. Then I play knight g7. Yeah, he can probably sack it back. It's pretty fancy. I don't think it's the best move. Try to stay principled here and develop. Question is, like, where? He'll see any kind of cheap tactics, like bishop g5, rook c5, trapping my pieces, for example. Speaking of queen e1, the young Jedi, a certain young Jedi suggested queen e1. Bishop h6, did that work? Wow, c5. Knight takes e5, anyone? Famous Lopez trick. I like how this player hasn't used any time at all. That's popular around here. Dude, I have en passant. I don't have en passant. You tricked me. I don't have en passant. I should have taken that last move. That's pretty funny. Alright. I'm trying to do en passant. Like, why can't I do en passant? Nice knight. Anyway. Whatever. $1,300. Solid. That's a solid 1,300 you got right there. Except for h4. He just threw in that one h4, but like all of his other moves are extremely strong. He's 1,300 going on 22. A4. It's a weird move, to say the least. Why not? Let's just confuse him a little bit. Not cooperating. Oof. I don't know, Asteroid. That doesn't seem right. But maybe it's alright. Maybe it's not that bad. E5. E5. Wow. Can you actually get away with this? "30 minutes. Alright. I gotta go. Sorry. We'll see you later." My new manager, Mr. Sohan, said, "Speed it up, dude. Speed it up. We'll speed it up." Very late pawn. Brace for the insults. Timed out. He deserves a timeout for that. Insults. Insults. I think... Man. I beat you 5 times? That's hard to believe. Were those like blitz games? I can't remember. Wait, you're do you have another account, Chucky? Do we play you under another account? That's just unwarranted. Arsenal is banned for 5 minutes. Can't believe he's implying that I insult. I don't insult people. Are you serious? Insults? Timing him out. It's just going too far. He's not banned. I just timed him out. There's no reason to say I insult people. It's just uncalled for. Man, this Shocky guy, I don't know, man. This is very weird. Doesn't do pawn moves. Till no politics subject. Absolutely. Especially now. I was just playing around. You guys take everything too seriously. Arsenal knows I'm joking. He needed time to get a personal beer. You can ask tomorrow. No. I said no politics. Positional insult. He's gonna go get his personal beer. Guys, I'm running out of time and you're distracting me again. And that's the other reason. No distractings. Dude, this guy is brutal. Who is this? Spirit Wolf. What was his name? Do you remember Mr. Coffee? The other Finnish player? Arsenal's gone now. He's with Bob. What's up with d takes c4 anyway? Took my e6. Kind of feel good about that. Oh, there's a mate there. Look out. This guy is an incorrigible crazy. An incorrigible crazy. Wow is all I have to say. I learned it from someone on Sound. Can you guys believe it? Direct learning, like on the fly. You remember Spirit, what was his name? It started with an S. And his account was closed. Not Spirit. They were here, they were a subscriber quite a bit. Somebody's gonna remember. It was a Finnish player. They would participate in chat sometimes. Not that long ago, you know. Not Schieberspieler. Dude, this guy's used no time. Seems the insults are coming, guys. No, not an in-game player. It was very tactical, good at bullet. They played in the tournaments on Tuesdays quite a bit. But I'm wondering if Shocky is the same player under a different account. Account shifters. You're not. They were a nice person. I don't know what happened to them. Their account closed, but I don't know if it was closed. They closed it, or you're not the same player. Well, you don't have multiple accounts because that account's closed anyway. Even if you were them, you still wouldn't have multiple accounts. That account is closed, but I believe you. But they were a nice person. I don't know what happened to them. I can't remember the name now. It starts with an S, and I used to do a play on words with it. We have to have a strong attack here, yes? How strong is the question. James Denham is raiding with a party of 3. Thank you for the raid. No time to talk, though. Thank you very much. We're running out of time. Running out of time, and gotta go. So, what should we do? Is c4 a problem? Is c4 a problem? Yeah, he's like the master of the white side of the Berlin. Kind of unusual for this rating. Have someone who's so strong at the white side of the Berlin. My king is definitely not doing well on d8, though. Keep up the pace. It's like my personal trainer. Thank you, Mr. Slow. Uh-oh. There's no h3. Well, I mean, this knight is doing nothing on g4 now, so we're back. It's the Gurgenidze. Lizard positional genius. Yeah, unclear. 2200 rapid. e4. Sometimes I like to play e4 in the Tartakover when black plays c6. It's playable. Nothing special, maybe. Whatever. I mean, I gave up on b4. Might as well do it. Knight f6, knight a6, knight d7. Wait, what's up with knight c6? Knight c6. Suffering? A little suffering never hurt anyone. No, I'm just kidding. That's not true. That is a lie. Suffering hurts. And is bad. f5. Who needs the stinking dark squares, right? Alright, we got 20 minutes, but my time is running quick. I'm surprised how many players here haven't used any time at all. You know, that's impressive, but not really good. You're really the only player who ever noticed that Panda's dressed in a panda. That means you have a sense for detail. Panda has panda pajamas. Now, I respect that. No one has ever really mentioned Panda's attire before. I find that inspiring, to be honest with you. Very inspiring that you would pay that much close attention. I'm impressed. Bishop g5. Panda thanks you from the bottom of his panda soul. Boy, this is complicated. Ernie Els gave up the white square bishop. Yep. So that's a problem. Yeah, I don't like g4 a whole lot. That's not happening. How many players have like all their time, all their starting time? It's pretty crazy. How do you have all your starting time and still play really well? It's not a bullet game, guys. Use your time. Try to play real chess. So disappointing. Like, what have you been doing all this time if you're not thinking? Seriously. The beautiful sparkle horse. Dude, CK Law is not playing with a full deck here. Wow. Full deck. That is crazy. Crazy. Wow. That's insane, man. That is insane. Unbelievable. My queen is attacked. This is a really bizarre situation. Cheesy mate. Cheesy noob and cheesy mate. Cheese mate, it sounds like something like it's like that. It's like the spray cheese food that you can buy in a can. Like coffee mate. Cheese mate. Spray processed cheese food for your sandwich. Do I ever have a tactic that actually works? Kids, maybe. Developing. Wow. Slenderina. Of course. Like Cheese Whiz. Yeah, exactly. Knight C5. Face hugger. Face hugger like knight. Huggard. Hugre. It's like playing Grandmaster Kosic. I told someone on sound about that. No time for the entire game necessary there. All of these players. Absolutely no one is using their time. Except for Arsenal fan. Go Arsenal fan, use your time. Arsenal just uses it to make like political commentary. Though. Yeah, I don't know how this player is like 1500. Oh, that's provisional. Still. We have to do like rook takes. I don't know, man. This looks kind of sketchy. Sketchy. Sketchers. Yeah, I think we have a lot of bullet players. He's pre-moving. Lizard, are you Ruslan's brother for real? I can't believe he's pre-moving against me. Oh, he did that last time. But he wouldn't resign. And it totally lost position last time. Wow, very late pawn. Very late spawn. $29.90, no joke. It's like everyone's playing bullet chess across the board. I don't know how I beat Shaki 5 times. He seems very strong. Very, very strong. Too strong. This is a nightmare. Okay, A6. That's a bad move too. Cheesemate's playing bullet. Like everyone else. Bullet is so popular here. Incorrigible. 6 minutes followers chat. But thanks for the lesson on Bishop G1. Appreciate that. What? Did that dude just pre-move C5? Yeah. Yeah, all he does is play for time, I guess. It's weird. Arsenal fan is not guarding his B pawn. Isn't that weird? Cheap move. C5 takes balls? Well, I don't know, but it doesn't look like the most beautiful move. His pawn was attacked, so he moved it. I mean, well, I don't know. It's just like a quick move that defends the pawn. His position is probably actually okay. Nothing special here. But the bullet people, I'm getting kind of frustrated with. Pretty much the whole Simul is just filled with people who make instant moves. Alex2990, the last guy. Guys, I'm not going to play you anymore if you treat these games like they're bullet. I just won't play you anymore. This is the problem with chess today. No one's even thinking about their moves. It's just, I'm not interested in playing bullet with you guys. It's not a race to see who can move the fastest. Like, why don't you actually use your time? We're trying to play quality chess. I know that's difficult to understand. Very, it's very underrated. Quality chess. I mean, Ginger L's is supposedly 1500, but he's played the whole game without using any time. And he's still, like, at least equal. It's pretty crazy. That's almost unbelievable. So here we have a critical situation. Queen h5 check I was looking at. There's also e5. Maybe I like e5 better. Introducing some new ideas to the position. But I might have a problem. E4 check's pretty strong. Alright, this calls for a... Oh man, he has e5. Speaking of e5. She, what, it, he, them, they. Knight h5. 1500 question mark. Acerbate, you wild man, you. Acerbate took his time. There's no mate. Alright, man, let's just... I offer you a draw. I don't want to play this way anymore, where you're playing a bullet game against me. It's ridiculous. Like, what's the point of this? We just play a bullet game? No, I'm not interested. Just cancel the game. Cancel culture. He won't accept a draw either. I'm not going to accept your challenges anymore. It's the last time. I say that every time, but eventually I'm going to remember. Elephants don't forget. Last time he wouldn't resign. Or accept a draw. It was accept a draw. It wasn't not resigning. He wouldn't accept a draw in a totally drawn position. Like that my mom, who didn't know how to move the pieces, could have drawn. Now he's like not accepting a draw in a worse position. Alright. Whatever. But this playing bullet chess to flag me, I just have to stick to my principles and not accept their challenges anymore. Save a dog. Can I castle? I guess I have to. Yeah, so many of these players. 15 minutes left. He's 1400 in bullet. Damn. No one uses their time. It's like an illness. Rook b5. Queen b3. Yeah, internet chess, but we're not playing for rating points. You know? I don't get it. Clearly the only purpose of the Simul is to, like, practice and learn. It doesn't mean anything if you, like, play to win on time. Wow. How about king E? King E. King F8. King E. Queen E2E. Alright, I'm just resigning. Let's go back, and I'm just going to resign this game and protest. I will not play you anymore. I resign. Alright? I'm not going to play against somebody who's like pre-moving to try to win on time. I'm done playing you. It's over. Alright? I resign. Seriously. It's absurd. It's a waste of time. I have better things to do with my time. Seriously. You're distracting me from the other games. Congratulations. It's ridiculous. This guy's used no time for the entire game. Yeah, it's wasting my time. He's gonna pre-move against me? Just get out of here. Stop wasting my time, dude. As they say, congratulations. I think this is what Joel Benjamin said to Kamsky when he first won the U.S. Championship. There was some bitterness there. Right, mate. Mate is good. There's no mate. Tricky. Oh man. I feel like Beavis and Butthead. Dude, you're serious. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. They can speak English, but they can't understand what I'm saying. Last time, they wouldn't accept a draw in a totally drawn position. It's so sus, too. Goodbye. Goodbye. Nice knowing you. You're done playing against me. I have better things to do with my life than to watch this guy pre-move against me in a freaking Simul game. Ridiculous. 1300 here. Alright. This is another 1300. This guy. What a character. Unbelievable. Does the guy think I'm playing like him one-on-one, or he doesn't understand this is a simultaneous exhibition? Or what's the problem exactly? You understand that I'm playing 25 people at the same time, right? I know that's difficult to understand. That's the point of the thing. What a jerk. Seriously. That's easy to do, you know. It's very easy. It's so irritating. You're blitz trading? Who? Yeah. Yeah, they should ban you from the site automatically. If it's like established. Wow. Rook E1. I'm gonna flag here? Oh my god, what is that? Well, you're basically... Wonderful troll, thank you. Is that the same troll? Is he now like trolling me? Is that just a coincidence? What happened? Oh, we're playing bullet chess now. Larcelini, do I have like 8 hours to play a Simul? How could I possibly give myself more time? It's already 3 hours. I'd have to spend my whole day. I mean, I can't afford to do that. You know what I mean? It's already a 3.5 hour Simul. How can I afford to do more time, you know? I'm not like getting paid $1 million to do the Simul. I mean, seriously, I'm doing it for free, basically. I can't afford to spend like 8 hours on the Simul that I'm not getting paid for, you know? I mean, I do the best I can, but you gotta be within reason, you know? Wow, Queen G6. I missed something here. It's just not feasible. People don't even think, you know? It's like your comment. It's like people don't even think, like, right? It's already lasts like 3.5 hours, and I still get in like violent time pressure. But people don't bother to stop to think about it. It's really hard. I would love to play a longer Simul, but I can't afford it, you know? I mean, it's like... I mean, it's like my job, you know? I can only spend so much time on one project. It's really long as it is. I do the best I can. The people pre-moving is just going over. I mean, that's ridiculous. You know, that's just totally uncalled for. This guy has 15 minutes left, you know? Now I'm blundering. Some subs are more gifted than others. Little joke. Yeah, this guy's used no time for the entire game. That's pretty disturbing. Most players who are like 2300 can't do that. That's pretty strong. Negative time for the entire game. I think you should be giving Simuls, not me. If you're that good. Bishop h7. Oh man. Wow. Are you serious? Wow. Amazing move. At least Ruslan started to use his time. This guy's a 1300. I mean, you should be banned if your rating is like... He's 1330. I mean, look at the game he's playing. How crazy solid he is. There's almost no way. And he's used like no time for the whole game. Dude, that's just too solid. You can't be 1300 blitz and play like this. That's crazy. Look how quiet and positionally he's played. Other than the one single move h4, which is kind of random. I hung a piece there. This is crazy. The player that hung the queen earlier. Cheesemate is a bad influence on the rest of you. Clearly. Even the 1300s play like they're masters. I don't get it. You know, or they're at least like 2000 strength. 1300s are not playing like 1300s. It's ridiculous. 1300s play like they're 2100. CK Law with 9 minutes left comes up with that killer tactic. Phew. Alright. Monday announcements. What happened? Bishop f3. Okay, out for a draw. You have to take it or I'll insult you. According to Arsenal fan. Yeah, this guy is pissing me off. Not resigning with 16 minutes left. Cheese noob. Oh my god. Oh no. This is ridiculous. Everyone has 15 minutes. The guy's used no time for the entire game. No, I don't want you to take the draw. I'm just offering it for fun. You don't have to take it. But I would take it if it's a draw position, you know. What I don't like is like people trying to just play for time. If you think you're better, then don't take the draw. If you don't think you're better, then take the draw. I don't know, you know, but just playing to try to beat me on time is pretty gross. It's pretty disgusting, you know, honestly. If you really think you're better, fine, you know. That's fine. But be honest, you know. This player is 1300. Give me a break. This is no 1300. How could that player be 1300 in Blitz? That's absurd. It's like his coach is playing or something. Well, I'm gonna lose to Notch Papa. I just don't have enough time. This position is impossible to play with no time. Too much complicated. Too many pieces on the board. Unbelievable. How many perfect games do we have today? I had c6 there. Yeah, when I was playing chess, I didn't have the luxury of playing masters and simuls like this. It's amazing how arrogant people are, like that guy, to make a comment like that. You know, I would have like killed to have the chance to even play a strong player. And you're so arrogant to make comments like that. It's like disgusting. Unbelievable. I got to play one Simul in my entire life. It's really funny. Wow. They're like, all the masters say that in the simuls. Damn, dude. It just goes to show how little you appreciate the opportunity, you know, to get to play better players. It's unbelievable. Bishop g5. c4. Yeah, I have a lot of time for chat now. Oh man, I blundered. there against Sladgie. Wow. Bishop takes d4. Knight takes d4. I'm just hallucinating. Yeah, I'm lost, man, as usual. Damn, very late pawn. Came out of nowhere. My God, man. I can't wait to see the stats on this game. $1300s with 13 minutes left. Feel free to resign if you want to show some respect. A little respect. I lost the exchange there against Sladgie. I mean, I don't think anyone would want to show any respect or anything, but I hung a piece against Cheesemate. What? I'm not asking you guys to show respect. If you have a totally lost position, don't feel any pressure whatsoever to resign. It's only respectful. My God. Someone on sound is just brutal. How is that player 1300 blitz? There's no freaking way. Like, every move's even, like, tricky. Man, Cheesemate got me. Whoa. What's happening here? My God. What happened? What? Oh, I see. My God, dude. Unbelievable. Someone sound, you're like brutally strong. It's crazy. He's incredibly strong. I don't know, I have no time. That's tricky with that pawn in the 6th rank like that. Who is the very late pawn, by the way? 1900. He had a horrible opening and got the advantage somehow. With really weird opening line. I feel like I hung a piece against Cheesemate. Did I not hang a piece? Big dummies like playing Magnus Carlsen. A lot of similarities, I think, with Magnus. Whew. Wow. Or maybe Caruana would be a better parallel for playing big dummy. Yeah. I mean, I just hung a pawn. Nothing important. Constanza needs to resign. That's just gross. %of people miss the point of chess. It's very evident here. My entire philosophy That's gross. So many bullet players in a long simul. Yeah, the people who act like they're privileged or something. It's ridiculous. I literally got one simul ever against a master in my whole life. And they're so spoiled by this free ridership here. We'll just play a simul against the master every 5 minutes. And I think one of the worst things is that a lot of the IMs and title players are responsible for it. You know, honestly, these guys who play these like 5-minute simuls, idiots like, I don't know, Zhigalko. I mean, I don't mean to call him an idiot, he pisses me off, but this like playing, he's a strong player, but still, it's like idiotic to play every 5 minutes a 5-1 simul against 20 people. You're cheapening the title that you hold. You know, you're just like destroying the business of being a chess pro by making it so easy for everyone to play every 5 minutes. It's just idiotic, you know. I mean, these 5-minute, and you destroy the culture of chess. How can grandmasters play bullet chess all day long? I don't get it, man. It's so gross. It's not even remotely close to real chess. I don't understand. Congratulations on your time win. I gotta play f6. What's this guy's rating supposed to be? 1500. Right. You're 1500? I mean, there's no way you're 1500. What are you talking about? With 8 minutes left, you're 1500. And there's so many of them. That's probably the strongest game Super Sebi ever played against me. This is almost a perfect game by White. I don't think there was a single inaccuracy in the whole game. The guy's hanging his pieces to like win on time. It's disgusting. You hung your queen. You have 15 minutes left. Are you serious? What? He actually used his time. The first player ever to use our time. This Krishu guy, that's unbelievable. That's so sickening. But everyone just wants to play bullet chess. It's so gross. This is disgusting. Pre-moving down a queen against an IM and a Simul. That's unbelievable. Playing on down a queen. How is that player $13.95? I mean, give me a break. $13.95, it's a good price. This is like, why you can't resign, man? It's allowed to resign. Did you get lucky? Again? Always getting lucky. I don't understand. Oh, you won a piece. You got lucky. Get out of here with your lucky crap. Didn't get lucky. Give me a break. Found the only way to lose. Took the wrong way against Cheesemate. Maybe I'm lost anyway. That's the guy that I could have won a queen against. Man, that's unbelievable. I could have just taken a queen earlier. This guy's 1300 in rapid chess. Absolutely. It didn't let me make the move. Oh, that's so gross. I'm just flagging to these people that shouldn't even win. It's so disgusting. Just playing for time the whole game, the one guy. He was down like 10 pieces and went on time. This is so disgusting. Seriously, that you won't resign? Down a full queen? Wow, 96 defense. And another win. Wait, what? Cheesemates 2052? Yeah, okay. Get it? I know. Oh my god. Well, at least someone made a blunder. Cheesy noob. Someone. I think it's the first time I ever pre-moved a mate against someone. How is this player 1395? I mean, what is your deal? Could it possibly be 1395? It's extremely solid. What just happened? Happened. I did a pre-move. What the bleep? And it didn't let me do the pre-move. It's like a glitch. Unbelievable. Wow, another accurate move. That's so wrong. What is this combo? What is that, a perpetual? How does he know it's perpetual so quick? Oh, he wins a rook. Let him have it. Oh my god. Very late pawn, interesting. $1,300. Again. Too fast, too strong. You're not 1,300. Not in a million years. He moves instantly. His play is around 2,000, I would say. Damn. How many games do we have left? 7 losses? Well, like 3 of them are on time. There's all kinds of sketchy players in the Simul today. Especially someone on sound. His usual sus game. Look at this guy. He's got the time management down. His ratings are very consistent, though. However, not enough games. It's not good. I shouldn't accept challenges from people with less than 100 games. This was someone's suggestion because he had 47 classical games. Alright. I'm lost now, probably. What are you doing? You won my rook. Where's Asterbait? Askerbait. One, two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you need to be like Akiva Rubinstein to beat this guy. What do you think this is? Democracy? He votes. Six wins, 8 draws, 7 losses. That's the most insane Simul ever. The 1300s play like masters in the Simul. I think very late pawn might have been inappropriately banned, Mr. Coffee. I'm not sure if he did anything to incur the wrath of Mr. Coffee. Did he? Possible that we made a mistake. You made a mistake. You made a mistake there. Can you check that? Can we check that? Can we get a ban check on very late pawn? Maybe you... Very late pawn. I'm not sure if he did anything to deserve being banned. I think we misunderstood, or Mr. Coffee misunderstood. We, as in Mr. Coffee, because I blame everything on him. Alright, Magnus will beat me there. No, but you... Sergeant Major Dilemma is that guy? Are you serious? Really? No, Sergeant Major Dilemma was someone else, wasn't he? Really? I mean, absolutely, if it was Sergeant Major Dilemma. That wasn't a question of misunderstanding. That guy was trolling all the way. What do you mean, lichess chat? He was saying the masters always say the same thing. Maybe he didn't mean that in a bad way. I don't know. I took it the same way you did. Like, I went on a rant after that. I don't remember who banned him. Was it you or me? Whatever. Just kidding. Alright, take... Yeah, I don't want to give you a piece. It was me? Oh, I thought we were talking about a different account then. There was someone that you banned that I wasn't sure about. And it wasn't him. I didn't realize he was Sergeant Major Dilemma. It's possible I misunderstood it, but it definitely... seemed suspect at the time. And bishops. Free-range chickens. And he is a strong 1300 though. 1598 in rapid. I mean, I don't remember the last game. But I lost a bunch of games to these flaggers, which are just gross. Man, I deserve to beat Arsenal. I'm pulling like an Arkle. It looks like an Arsenal fan. Get a couple wins here to even the odds. At least have more wins than losses. Oh, Doctor is losing. Okay. So Magnus is playing white again. We're going to win against the Doctor in the ending. We're going to win against Arsenal. Unless I'm mistaken. I have king here. Well, it is. It is, Mr. Slow. I just played the exchange of pawns first. But I don't think he could avoid it, right? I just don't want to, like, hang that pawn. Just in case. What is the deal with this? Do we have a force field here? Or not? It looks like a force field. I hung his rook. I was lucky against Arsenal. I mean, he was a pawn up with good winning chances. Now the last game, of course, the ultra tough big dummy. Maybe I can make a force field. Maybe not. Knight d4 check. What happens if knight d4 check? Just take the pawn. Yeah, good game, Arsenal. As usual, the games get ruined by the time pressure. Knight d8 f7, I was afraid of bishop e5. But you're probably right, that's a better move. I have no business, like, trying to win, of course. I'm just trying to draw. Yeah, very late pawn. We'll try to unban major dilemma. Maybe we misunderstood it, Mr. Coffee. Can you do that? Are you still with us? Okay, I'll do it. For how much? Yeah, it was completely the impression I had was that he was criticizing me. But a lot of people do, you know. I'm used to it. Oh, he found it. Master found that move. Unbelievable. You gotta find the perfect moves. But I don't think he's winning. It's a miracle. He finds the best move with like a second left. He'll be down to like 1 second. Boop. Best move. Boop. Best move. And now, a5 only move. I miss c5, honestly. I was afraid I blundered into a loss here. I should have done Mr. Slow's method of knight f7. Well, obviously, you're trying to play two. Simul giver. Arsenal. You know that's a no-no. Yeah, you remember? No. It was an S name. Something Knight. Sacred Knight, remember? Sacred Knight. Now I got it. You guys remember Sacred Knight? Am I lost yet? Where are you going over there? Where you going, bro? How you doing over there with the c4? I don't see that happening. No, I have to admit I was scared when he had c5. Yeah, but it doesn't do anything, right? c4 and b4 doesn't save, it doesn't win. It's just a draw. Everything's a draw. Yeah, the good old Berlin defense. Always fun. Man, that was brutal. Alright. We got him out of jail. 0 playing, 9 wins, 9 draws. 9 draws? How do I have 9 draws? I lost to Shockey. Lizard on time. No, I just resigned protest against him. Cheesemate beat me. Save-A-Dog flagged me in a worse position, I guess. But, you know, still that was close. This was the most disgusting game. The guy who flagged me at negative 8.5, there's no way I'm going to play you again. Ever. Feed a 1265. I mean, it's disgusting to play on in a Simul game down like a rook or something and play to win on time. Alright, need to have some respect. Why did very late pawn lost on time in a drawing position? I even got a gift on that. Super Sebi played like the best game I've ever seen. Someone on sound played a perfect game with white. No, he made one mistake, one inaccuracy. Wow. What the hell did I do wrong? So this has all been played, and d5 is question mark. Vladimir Kovalev with white. Black's okay, but he can't play d5. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't I don't know. Yeah, I lost like this other bunny. Knight b4 and black is better. No time for such subtleties. Yeah, someone at sound. Book. Well, you might want to call it book, but it's just a rare variation. Yeah, I had the feeling that d5 wasn't good enough. I won against CK Law. Ginger L's? Nudge Papa draw. Yeah, I don't understand how I lost so many games. Where's all the games I lost? The Super Sebi game. I mean, this guy was lost, but I blundered. And he finished with 20 CPL. Has Super Sebi just gotten a lot stronger lately or something? Or is it just me? The last games against me have been pretty crazy. But I guess this was just unsound. I had a good position and blew it. But it's amazing how I blew it. Watch this. First of all, I allowed c4, bishop e5, and c4. Watch this, how he takes like a lost position and crushes me in 3 moves. Bishop e5, and then this, which is stupid. I should have just played c6, and I realized as soon as I played the move. But my d6 is weak. First of all, the whole pawn sack with c5 is brilliant. That's the engine's #1 move, of course. I mean, this is the only chance for white from bad position. Bang. He should have played bishop e5 right away. How did I lose this so quickly? Up a pawn. Unbelievable. c4. And I played king e7 here. e5 first. Yeah. Really tough game. 20 CPL by white. I mean, I have players who are like playing 20 CPL. And he's supposed to be 1800. Savadog actually blundered. Big Dummy was practically winning. But not a perfect game. We actually made some mistakes here. Wow, I totally butchered the opening. What happened? h6, knight c3, and now I played bishop e6, which is just not good. So this is just bad. I don't know. Yeah, I don't remember. This is known. And bishop d7 is the best move, but it's bad. This is just really bad. Wow. It's just really bad. I was lucky to hold that. Cheesemate. Cheesemate's game. 26 CPL. Despite making 2 mistakes. Wow, I have e4. Threatening e3, yeah. If I was a little more alert, I would have seen it. Now I just got passive. But the critical moment was like here. He played c6, takes. Queen takes c6, again e4. Wow. Knight b4, queen c4, c5 actually works. I just forgot about it. Wow, I have a d5 there. It's still better for white though. So we both missed it, and now you're just like clearly better. And I had no time. I felt like I hung a piece here. But I thought I still had chances to draw. I should have played queen e5. Yeah. I should have had chances to hold on there. That was my instinct. I don't know why I talked myself out of queen e5. A lot of interesting games today. I don't know why my score is so bad. Losing to save a dog on time. For example, the other guy who was like up a rook, I was totally winning. But this was better for white earlier. You were better. I made a mistake castling queenside. I'm not sure rook g8 was a good move. Maybe I should have castled kingside. Computer doesn't like it. Rook g8's okay. And castles queenside is a mistake. So I looked at this, but I didn't see anything. I forgot about f5. Yeah, I have f5, h5. Castles queenside was bad. It gave him a target. Leo just left the game. Very late pawn. Ruslan draw. Thanks for at least accepting my draw. The other guy asked, why am I resigning? Check this guy out. No, I'm not going to even attract attention to it. Black's like worse here. But he's used negative 10 minutes for the whole game. 0 cent upon loss by black. Like, what is that guy's deal? 0 cent upon loss, 0 inaccuracies. And actually, Cheesemate made a comment about his move. Like c5 was mental. But it's the #1 move for black. Nope. Yep. It's right up there. There was something sketchy about this account. It's up there. Okay, he only has a few moves that don't lose the pawn. I mean, it's not sure he's a computer or something. It looks anti-positional, but he has to defend the pawn. b5 is possible too. It's not easy to say. But it's just a draw, you know. I offered him a draw here, and he didn't accept it. If anything, like white is slightly better. It's ridiculous. Pre-moving and declining my draw. If you want to win, man, don't play the black side of the Orthodox Queen's Gambit. Seriously. If you're going to decline draws in slightly worse positions, play an interesting opening at least. Yeah, Arsenal. What happened to the opening, speaking of your game? I don't play this line, and I don't know what came into my head, you know, even playing this. I don't play e3. So basically when I was sitting there, I don't know, like this other out-of-body... I played knight f3, that's what I did. Yeah, I don't know what came over me. I never played this much. I have played knight f3 before, but I've never played this move in my life. Like, I don't know what possessed me to play that. I have no idea what I'm doing here, other than the Pillsbury-Chigorin game. Yeah, maybe it's better for white, but it's hard to play with that weird structure. I've never been one to play this. So what did I do wrong? He's supposed to play queen d6, even I knew that. Rockport used to play the Chigorin. So this is apparently like inaccurate. Oh, he said he expected c4, d5, but I don't know. c4, queen d6, d5. There's this outpost square on c5. But that is a good line, apparently. Okay. Yeah, I was afraid of something like this. But it's too slow, apparently. But again, I don't know it, you know, so I just played this. This. Well, that's a mistake. He should grab the pawn. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, if I try to trade queens, he won't trade queens. Queen d6 or something. Yeah, anyway. I really shouldn't play stuff I don't know. I can't sleep after these simuls. I have to take like a benzodiazepine or something. I mean, it's just really hard. Cheesy Noob blundered. I was kind of unfortunate against AP87. He played a spirited game. Aqueous Mole, just perfect game. This game against CK Law was interesting. I gambled and got lucky. But apparently I was winning earlier. This was crazy what he played here. This is bad for white, but I don't know what to do. Wow. So bishop d6. Pressure on the d5 pawn. So what's the point? If knight c3, I had no way to defend this pawn on d5. I have bishop retreat. This is a good lesson for Acerbate. Sometimes your tamazepam doesn't work, and I'm awake for a day or two. I don't often take like medication to help me chill out, but if it's really bad, like I can't sleep all night. Alright. Yeah, man. This position drove me nuts. So I played this. It's engine number 1 move. And then he plays this. Wow, my sack actually worked. So I thought I was a genius. Very rare we get an early piece sack, and I immediately screwed it up. Arsenal said King E2 was a genius move. And I was on the fence about it, but I found this, man. I have to confess, guys, I thought it was good, and I thought for a long time on this double sacrifice, and I wasn't sure what was going on, and I thought I might be lost. And when he played bishop takes h7, I thought I was lost for sure. But this is a subtle moment. I didn't think to stay and play bishop d7. I was mostly focused on this and not enough on this. So this is a blunder. And now he has that, and I thought I was busted here. Wow. I'm not busted here. I was literally like pooping myself. I thought I had just thrown away the game. But I'm not lost. Queen d5 check. Now I'm lost after king f8. It's so counterintuitive to put my king here. Like trying to get rook h1. It never even, I don't think it even entered my mind for more than 3 seconds. But it takes him too long to get connected. This is losing. Wow, so I was lost. He took this. Bishop d7, and I'm lost. Yeah, I saw e4. I figured it was good. It opens up his bishop. Man, that was crazy. But at least my instincts were right about the sacrifice. Any other games before we go? Oh, this is the game I won, where the guy hung his queen. Ginger. Oh, Notch Papa is another game to look at. So Ginger, here's the thing, okay? This is what bothers me. You know, games like this. I mean, my opponent is rated what? My opponent is rated 1500 blitz and 1700 rapid, and he plays 18 cent upon loss with 1 inaccuracy, 1 mistake. I mean, that's better than my tournament games. You know, I mean, this is an extremely, like, strong game by white. Now, this position, right, I've played with white. Rook b8 is a very rare move, but it has the best score. It's like black has never lost in 6 games. And I looked at this. It's the #1 move of the engine. You know? Alright, bishop e6 is well known, although I never studied it. I faced it with white. So rook b8 is right at the border. Now he instantly plays bishop g5 using no time. So I mentioned this game Ivanisevic had. I didn't notice there's a more recent Navarra game that wasn't in there before. So this is literally problematic for black. Wow. This is a lot worse than I thought. So I guess rook b8 is just bad. I guess the whole Grunfeld reversed is a bad idea. But bishop e6 seems okay. Anand has played this. I don't know. So bishop e6 is bad. So how does this work? I play this and just like lose a pawn. Bishop f6, bishop f6. C takes d5, c takes d5. Bishop takes d5, and there's a check. So I take on b2, allow this check, and I have to play like, oh, bishop d7. And it's like, oh, by the way, you might be able to draw. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so I got the average player who's like basically 1500 lichess, which is 1000 FIDE, playing 16, 18 cent upon lost games. I don't know, man. That's almost perfect. We had an interesting game with Notch Papa, as always, but we both were in time pressure. Another perfect game. Perfect by both sides. Well, it's all been played before. b3. Yeah, I almost played c5, but I don't know. So I played c6. 2500. I don't know this guy, spec. It's fake. Bishop b2. And now black played c5. That's totally illogical. Why the hell would you play c6 and then c5? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So I improved on theory here with move 11. Where is move 11? C takes d5. Yeah, I mean this move is like, why wouldn't I play it in the first place? That's a horrible move. Your position is like sus. Totally sus. So cd5, cd5, knight c5, bishop c2. Yeah, this is theoretically perfect game by both sides. And white's still better. Wow, I had f5. I didn't want to risk that, so I played bishop g4. Yeah, he's a little better. He could play b4. He played this. Safe move. Now safe move. And now bishop c3. He offered a draw, but white's a little better. So that's a perfect game, literally. My standard opponent in one of these simuls is like 18 CPL. Not as bad as we thought. Here's another player who lost it in the ending. I thought Dr. Klink was okay. He had equalized and then somehow drifted. I was really in bad time pressure. I was better than I thought. I was never worse in this game. I missed b5. Yep. So is that it? We're gonna go, guys. It's been a nice 4 hours hanging out with you. Oh, I didn't talk about this game with Alex. Yeah, he played bullet chess. Clearly a bullet player. He's playing another classical game now, ironically, but dude, you're not using your time. I mean, f4 Najdorf. Yeah, knight c6 is not a good line. Maybe my bishop d3 is wrong. What am I supposed to play? Fe5? Really? That's kind of counterintuitive. I wouldn't think this is a big problem for black. Wesley So. Yeah, Wesley didn't trade knights. Like, what's the point of playing Fe5 if you don't trade knights here? Yeah, there's some games. Kovalev. The old Kovalev. He's a good guy. Bishop g5. White's a little better. Interesting. So that was funny. He said he was like winning. I had screwed up. I allowed the tactic here. Knight d4. This was a good move by me. So I was actually okay. Huh. I missed completely queen takes b7. We both did. And I allowed that. Thought he was winning, but I'm winning. And I just had no time. He's 16 minutes to 1 minute. And I'm totally winning. But I accepted a draw. So that's why my score is bad. But whatever. I still play 25 CPL. Anyway, guys, thanks for joining me. We will be back. We'll be back, Mr. Coffee, tomorrow. You won't be here, though. You're at work. You are at work. Yeah, thanks for the games, guys. We'll be back. Respect democracy. Down with authoritarianism. Alright, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks, Mr. Coffee. Thanks for all you guys for your support. It was a tough Simul as always. Maybe or maybe not sleeping at 5 a.m. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Thanks for the games. Bye-bye.